Okay, what's going on, everybody? How are you? Welcome to part 3 for crane parts for KSP. We're gonna try to make that dang old gantry crane work today, but yeah, I didn't really like where we were going with in part 2, dudes. We made some cool parts, I guess, but the problem is that they didn't really work. The Collider boxes were not happy. We couldn't make or not that we couldn't. 24-sided face wasn't enough to make a smooth interaction between the crane wheels and the races for them, or the holders for them. So, yeah, we're gonna have to. How you feeling? Oh, I'm fine. I'm okay. Yeah, whatever we have is still lingering, but yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing, dude. It took out my voice for a day, and then we're good. We're good now. I mean, it's still a little raspy in there, but it's fine. It's fine. I got my honey cough drops, so we're good. There's a spacewalk right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Neil Menon and Jessica Meir are out there. They're out working on the IROSas right now. Spacewalk 96.
Helmet to the right is Neil's camera.
Catching, what's going on? 110-month resub.
The work on today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays, or IROSA.
Outboard of the last canister, and I do think we saw these last time. I think the suspicion was that they were the mounting glue.
Yeah, Rash, you can. Yeah, Beam is pretty fun, dude. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Yeah, they're out. They're out working on the solar arrays here. What Jessen and Neil are doing is they're putting the IROSA mounts on. So IROSA is not like a Nickelodeon show. Don't worry. It's the International Space Station rollout solar arrays. They're upgraded solar power. So upgraded solar power, solar panels. They mount right on the front of the original solar panels here. And you can see from this view, I'm not sure who this is. I think this is Jess, but she's out on one of the SPMs. This is one of the solar panel mounts right here, this cylinder thing. So the solar panel's up there. The
International Space
They've
Station
been out for 4 hours. Yep.
257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, heading towards California.
Mm-hmm. And Neil has red stripes, yeah. Yeah, so you look for the stripes on their suits to see who is who. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where Jess is on the station. And I mean, I'm sure I could look it up, but I think she's on the back of a truss segment right here. Anodized. An isogrid. That's right. Billet. All the space station is mostly made out of billet aluminum.
Where are you, just for my tether awareness?
That's anodized billet aluminum, which is why it has that gold on it. So they anodized it to make it corrosion resistant. And also the handles are anodized in a very, very specific color, so you can see them. Just for people that care. This thing is a tether. Just like rock climbing, you always want to stay tethered to something. You'd never free float. Okay, I know where she is. See these things right here? This is the battery. Those are the batteries for the solar. She's on the SPM, so she's on one of the truss segments. It's either the P4 or the S4 truss segment. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can read a marking here. Yeah, so the white things right there, those are the batteries. The smaller ones are lithium batteries. They installed lithium batteries on the space station a couple years ago. And the bigger ones are nickel hydride batteries. That's the original ones that flew on the station. Or that launched on the station, I should say.
And I see your tether. I'm crossing.
How many
back
more
over
IROSs
it.
to be installed? I'm not sure. So
Nice.
she's on a slide wire right now.
Cable bank as you go by and see if it's fit together. Your tether is air-led on a handrail over here on this side. I'm assuming that's not intentional? Not intentional. Okay, I will free that so that it'll go back to your side.
Okay, so the stripes. See the stripes on the thigh? That's Anil.
Question for Anil. We are evaluating how you might be able to get ahead. The IROSA mod kit is not yet ready for loads, and we'd like to evaluate how you feel you could reach the upper handrails on the lower strut.
You can absolutely.
So here's the base of one of the solar panels. This is the base of the SPM right here, solar panel module, right? There's two of them. Two go down, and then on the other side of the SPM, there's two that go up. They have the arm out there. Space Station Remote Manipulator System is out there. Okay, okay. I see where they are. There's both of them are right there. I couldn't see Jess. She's upside down. Well, relative to this camera. It's a great day for Canada, and therefore the world. So what they're specifically working on is, if you see this bracket piece right here on this first solar panel, that bracket piece holds.
Anil, with your report, we are ready for you to start the left side cable routing. Friendly reminder, as you egress and as you've discussed, your safety tether is behind you.
So what they're working on is the mount piece for the solar panel. That's what they're installing right now. Looks like they have the mount installed already. That's that thing over there.
My mistake. We believe you can do this while you are in the APFR.
I'm just taking 1 foot out.
Oh.
And that works fine.
I think Anil is over here. I think Jess is the one with the stripes. So that was Jess that was talking. So they're installing this bracket right here. That's the mount for the solar panel array.
I'm taking off the first wire tie, and that one is going to go.
Anil is he's installing the wire harness for the solar panel array. That's the mount piece right here. This is the bracket to mount it. How long can they be out there? The extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, suits that they have can be out there for 8 hours. It's a self-contained spacecraft with an 8-hour shelf life, which is pretty damn impressive when you think about it. EVA suits are very difficult to make. They're really tough. Think about it. It's a human-shaped spacecraft. That's what it is. It has maneuvering thrusters on it, just in case. They don't use them in normal operations. But they do have safer packs, so it is a fully self-contained spacecraft, communications, life support, everything. It's just shaped like a suit. I mean, think about it. Miniaturizing a spacecraft to basically be a backpack. So, like, the suit is the crew module, right? Think about it like this. The suit is the crew module. The backpack is your service module. Hey, Kerbal Guy. So if you guys want to watch this, we can watch this for a little while and then make crane parts. It doesn't matter to me. I could watch this all day. In fact, I probably should have been out here a couple hours ago. But, dude, that second drink of coffee last night. I had a second coffee right before Battlefield. Not a good idea. I was up till 4 in the morning. It was not great. I usually don't drink coffee after noontime. And I drank a coffee at like 5. That was not a good idea. That was not smart. That was not a smart thing of me to do. Yeah, that was not a smart thing to do. The suit being a crew module is technically correct, but it does, yeah, no. I try to say that, Kerbal Guy, to get people to think about what it is, because people think it's like, oh, it's just a suit. No, it's not just a suit. It is a self-contained spaceship that's person-shaped. I know it's weird thinking about it like that, but that's what it is. We did pretty good with Battlefield, though, chatter notwithstanding. You know what, Dino? It's not that the chatter was bad. You guys were all relaying good information. It's just hard. It's just hard to parse. It's hard to parse who's talking about what. All the information being relayed is good, but I feel like it's everybody just saying, oh, there's one there. You know? If you guys want, we can, we could take the tactical battlefielding to the next level if you really want to. That's really up to you guys if you want to do something like that. But the long story short is that if we're all going to be on one channel, we all got to stick together. We all got to stick together, so the information that gets parsed is information that's relevant to everyone in the channel. So we had Second Squad just off doing their own thing, and then me and Ryan and Sawyer were kind of off doing, and Bargon were off doing our own thing, and everybody was relaying information, and the information was good, but it's just all over one channel. And it was relaying information at F, so I had to sit there and think, like, okay, here's the thing, dudes. I come from a competitive Counter-Strike background, okay? So I listen to the information, right? And I have a lot, believe it or not, I haven't done it in a while, but I could still do it. I listen to and parse a lot of information, because in Counter-Strike, you have to parse information. You have to listen to what your teammates are saying and also play the game at the same time. It sounds like, well, that's easy. It's not as easy as you might think. Why does the cable have hair? Let me look at it close. Alex, it's probably the thermal insulation on the cabling and the round shielding on the cabling. It'd be interesting to see what happens when you try to integrate information from the manual. Yeah, so, hey Vert, what's going on, man? Yeah, long story short, if we're gonna do this, we need to stick together. We need to cover and conceal. So theoretically, Dino, if we do this right, no one should die, ever. Because the idea is that we're always covered and concealed. Okay, so meaning you always have somebody pointing a gun in one direction, right? And if somebody's moving, you're covering them, right? It's kind of like leapfrog almost. That's how it's supposed to work. Right now, that's not necessarily relevant to Counter-Strike. That's more of a real life thing. And since suppression in Battlefield doesn't really work, like people can just get hosed by bullets and they're just like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna take the shot, right? It's kind of, I'm not sure how well cover and concealment is going to work. It's more not about suppressing fire, but actually shooting the guy while he's covering your boy, right? I promise I will never die. So, yeah, like we'd have to stick together. You have to dump any comms anything that's not pertinent information needs to be dumped from comms, myself included. So like, oh, screw that guy. No, none of that. That could be if you say, oh, screw that guy. Oh, he's here. That second that you lost is the difference between your boy getting shot and your boy shooting the guy, right? Like, you have to call, and you have to keep the comms clear. And once again, it was fine, right? But if we're gonna do tactical Battlefield and we're gonna do it the way I would like to do it, yeah, you use radio etiquette. So nobody don't raise your voice. Don't go, oh my God! Don't do any of that crap. Like, keep the chatter to a minimum. Keep your voice calm. There's one guy 50 meters out heading 330, right? You call range, call distance. Don't say there's one here. There's one in front of me. That doesn't help anybody. That's useless. That's wasted communication, right? Like, I can go over this stuff if you want to. I learned how to do this a long time ago when I was playing competitive Counter-Strike to keep the comms to a minimum. I don't know, Jackal. Push to talk in comms does wonders. Yeah. First flight review completed today. I feel official. Nice, Torch. Have you played Hell Let Loose? No, but that game looks really good, Methane. BF6 gets hard to listen in on when it's just bitching about every little thing and less about instruction and strategy. Correct. Yeah. Watching astronauts walk on the moon in 4K live from the surface is going to be an insane experience. Yep. Sometimes I say stupid stuff. Maybe it happens too often. Ryan, I do too, bro. Brother, this is not, I'm not singling you out. I say stupid stuff on there all the time. But if we want to play tactical, right? And we want to, dude, theoretically, like if we had a squad that's stuck together and covered angles, we should just be able to steamroll across the entire map, right? Cover and conceal, don't run. Like I can teach this stuff. Like I know you know how to do it, dude. And I know you can keep the comms clear. That's no big deal. Like when we're just playing, oh, screw that guy. But if we wanted to do it and we wanted to do it right, we could train up a whole bunch of people and actually just roll face, dude. Like, and once again, like I'm not trying to say like you say too much. I say too much stuff too. Like if in that 5 seconds that we say, oh, that guy's such a bitch, right? Or, oh, I hate that guy, right? You could have told your teammate where he was and he could have shot him and then he could have revived you, right? Like, if we stick together, right, and we hold points, right, we can, dude, you could steamroll the map. I've done it. I've done it in Battlefield games before. Actually, where I did it was in PlanetSide, playing PS1 way back in the day. You might like Squad Overhaul. I'm going to stick to one game, Grab Shark. If it's one thing that I've realized over the last couple of months, my fingers are in way too many pies. I need to consolidate content down just for a second, just so I can get my head on straight, you know? But yeah, I'd love to. No, PlanetSide 1, Jackal, way back in the day. Is BF6 suited to that kind of workflow? Well, Drummer, here's the thing. Here's my thoughts. It's expected in Arma. It's expected in Squad to play like that. It's not expected in Battlefield to play like that. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it cool. Because you're doing something in a game that nobody's expecting you to do, which does pay dividends as a streamer. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, but I can teach you guys up. It's not a big deal. How long has it been since you checked on KSA's development? A week, maybe? No one is expecting teamwork in Battlefield 6. Exactly. So the idea there, Hellfish, is that if we have a single modicum of teamwork, right, we should just be able to win every game. Right? There's no excuse for not. We should be able to win every single game. Right? Like in Battlefield, the way you play Battlefield, and I've been playing Battlefield for a long time. The way you play Conquest is that if you're getting shut down, you don't fight. You don't try to fight the enemy head on. You flank, right? Which is true. That's true for real life. Like, why fight on the enemy's terms? That's stupid. You fight on your own terms. That's why you flank and you take other points, right? I think if we establish real doctrine to it, we could really do some damage in Battlefield and piss a lot of people off, which would be really funny, actually. You know? You know, like it's theoretically, I don't know, a thing that we could do. Like, we'd have to sit there. Is there a way to host to get into a private game in Battlefield? Like, is there a way to do that? Like, can I get 4 people in on like a practice server or something? Is there a way to do that, or is it just straight matchmaking? I'd have to go look. Because the cool thing is that the radio etiquette and calling and stuff and having good situational awareness translates over to spaceflight. It's a valuable skill, especially if you wanted to be say you want to be the next Gene Kranz or something. Where do you think they learned it? You know, like flight control and NASA flight ops is based off of military operations. It's just a civilian version, that's all. So like that radio etiquette and learning to work with people is a good team building exercise. Like it's a good thing to get under your belt if you want to get into NASA flight ops, you know? I don't know. Would you guys be interested in seeing something like that? I mean, I think the answer is yes. I mean, Battlefield seems to be very popular on this stream for some reason, and I'm not 100% sure why. No FPS that I've ever played on stream has been popular for people to watch. But people do enjoy Battlefield for some reason, and I don't get it, but whatever. People want to see it, I'll do it, but I'll try to put some modicum of thought into it when we play, you know, because it's a STEM stream after all. Yeah, I don't want to play Battlefield during the day. It's an after hours thing for sure. Mm-hmm. You'd watch it, Rares? All right, cool. All right, well, we're supposed to be doing cranes. There's an EVA going on. We ended up talking about Battlefield tactics, but not really Battlefields. You guys that make it funny to watch. Yep. STEM. Science, Technology, Engineering, Math, and Battlefield. BF6 streams are fun. All right, cool. I'm glad you guys like it. You know, like, that's the thing about streaming, just on a side note. You never know what people are going to like, and you never know if... This is the game you have to play as a content creator. You never know what people are going to like, but once you find something that people like, you stick with it, right? But it's always good to introduce new stuff, like Battlefield, or, you know, we played Beam, right? Or Cities 2. Cities 2 was very popular yesterday. Yeah, people really enjoyed that. People liked seeing the Stugats, right? Can you explain how the life support systems work on the EVA suits? If they are self-contained, how are they able to have that much O2? Tanks. It's like a scuba tank built into the backpack binary. And then I do believe they have... Oh crap! I need to hold on. I forgot how the EVMU works. Sorry, that information was not... It was in my brain at one point. PLSS. Fried breathable option. So you have CO2 scrubbers. You have a LCG. So you have a cooling suit. Display telemetry, suit health parameters, telemetry indicator of awareness, immediate health. Yeah, there it is. You have an oxygen tank, you have your scrubbers, and then you have your filtering system. It's not very... I was about to say it's not very complicated, but it is. It's a spacesuit. They're pretty complicated. Yeah, they have mags on too. And I believe they're battery operated. Guys, I don't think you have power generation on here. I think it's just batteries. Did you ever stop to think that people are entertained by you and not just what you're playing? Yeah, sure. Of course. they're scrubbing air. I do not, they're scrubbing it. So I don't want to say it's an open loop system. It doesn't look like it's open loop, judging by looking at the PLSS. It looks like they have a waste tank. My guess would be a waste tank, and when they're done, they could bring this back into the station and purge out the backpack. That's my guess. It could have a rebreathing mechanism in it. You know what? I used to know this cold. I don't remember. See, it's filtering out contaminants. So that means you definitely have a waste tank, and I'm pretty sure that's it down there, and your O2 tanks are up here. Gamer's gonna game. Some commentary like helicopters flying through the building or screw that guy is perfectly fine. The 3-minute rant about bullets not registering is rough, but it's your channel. Noted. I mean, Element, yeah, there's a majority of people here that are here for me, and that's fine. But also at the same time, you can't sit here and tell me that, you know, people say all the time, like, oh, if you're having fun, we're having fun. Now, there's games where I've had a ton of fun in that nobody cared about. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. So you have a charcoal canister. O2 in. There's the O2 shutoff valve, flow limiter, pressure regulator. You have a sublimator. Oh, interesting. Show limiter flow. Fan motor assembly. Charcoal cartridge, diverter valve. It does have a recirculator. Filtered oxygen. So this is the A7L, guys. That's the EVMUs are based off of the A7L. This is the Apollo moon suit. This is the SSC, secondary SCVR, primary XCVR, mixer VCOs, inducers, 1.5 KCS tone generator, 302 antenna switch. Okay, rares. So this does have a circulator in it. So the cartridge will filter out it. Okay. You're putting water into it, into the fan cooling jacket. Charcoal cartridge is there, and then you recirculate, right? Oh wow, yeah. This is what I mean when I said this is complicated stuff. It's a closed loop system, dudes. There is something open to vacuum here. The sublimator vents steam out. It vents excess vapor out from what I can tell here. But yeah, more or less it's closed loop. So you have your oxygen line, your waste gas line, and then you have your cooling line. That's your cooling input and your cooling return. And that's what this mechanism is up here. And that's why you have water up here. And then you have your purge system. Yeah, there's your double O2 tanks right there. And that pumps more into the system. It goes out, it gets filtered through a sublimator, and then you have another O2 tank here. I'm not sure what the secondary O2 tank, I mean, there's the PLSS over here with a secondary O2 tank, and then you have your OPS over here. There's a checkout valve right there. Yeah, they have a scrubber on board the suit. It's right there. No, so the purging system. And then O2 main shut off on the PLSS. The OPS is independent of the PLSS, and then there's the PLSS control box, which is on the front of the suit. Secondary tank is probably a redundancy. So there's the 2 tanks from the OPS, and then your primary. It seems like for the purging system, you have secondaries, and then there's your primary right there. There's your fan motor. This is the life support control module right there. And then you have your filters and your scrubber right here. It does, it's not an open loop system. It's a closed loop system, so my guess is that the O2 purging system is to clean out the system when they safe the suit. A underlink function of PLS distributor or a diving rebreather, and that exhaled gases are recycled into the breathing gas in a closed loop. Yep, there you go. Yep. That's actually super useful. So yeah, I mean, it hasn't changed much since Apollo, guys, because this works. Do they use a compression suit at all to lower the pressure? They have a cooling garment. I don't know if you want to count that as a pressure suit, but... Is that Gordon Freeman? Anyway.
From S Gant, space to ground antenna, a little smushing of the two. And that is a critical communication system.
Hey, Justin.
Of the space.
How are you feeling for the
by
Starship
NASA
recovery?
To transmit data.
They'll get it back.
The antenna enables high-speed communications between Mission Control Center in Houston and the orbiting laboratory.
So that's all right there. The PLSS is back here and the OPS is up top.
That is,
This one right here? Oh.
that's not the tab. It's very close to your index finger on your right hand. So there you go. You got it.
Okay.
Just pull that one down.
This way?
Yes, that way.
Okay.
What makes you say that,
the other one,
Hellfish?
unfortunately, is kind of underneath there, so you might have to get it out first.
Like fish it out?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I...
But if you squish, with the one that you have right now, if you squish, you might be able to close that gap.
It's not even about the person or the game, but rather the combination. I can enjoy watching EJ play Factorio, but I prefer watching somebody else play Battlefield. There you go, MK.
Which way does it go?
Yeah, dude, that's the thing. That's what I mean when I say, like, I didn't really expect that people would want to watch me play Battlefield. I mean, not you, but I do enjoy it. It is fun. It is kind of my comfort game right now. We'll get back into more nerd stuff. I'm just kind of trying to take it easy this summer and have some fun. You know? But, spectator mode and custom lobbies are on the way. Net August 2028. However, this is likely probably outdated information. Yeah, okay. I mean, September would be fine.
Okay, let me go under here.
I think so. And the other one, too.
Why is the video so clear now? It's because you're at dusk. You're not getting washed out by the sun. They're about to go into darkness here in a second. Anyway, I'll keep you guys informed of what's going on with the EVA. And we'll get into it. So, let me load up everything. Let's load up my Sorry, it took a second. This is what I mean about I'm just kind of taking it easy for the summer, dudes. Like, you know, I'm not happy that I only streamed 3 days this week. You know, we didn't stream Monday, Tuesday because I was sick, but the vacation is not next week, it's the week after. I don't know what it was, dude. It was just a 1 to 2 day thing, and it screwed me up for about 24 hours, but it is what it is. You did 13 hours. Any more car fixing this summer? Yeah. The auto streaming setup is in pieces, belt fed. But yeah, let's get over here. Let's get some tunage going. There we go. New test parts. So guys, we were working on some parts in Maya, some crane parts. No, not that. This thing. We were working on this, and we were working on the wheel for it. We figured out that a 24-sided face is not really enough to get a smooth collision mesh, and I wasn't really 100% sure on how to do a stream of fixing the auto streaming setup. Binary, I wanted to use this early hours to do that, but I realized that I can't really stream stuff from the garage without the streaming setup. How often do micrometeorites impact the ISS? Mara David, happens. Yeah, most of it is ballistic rated, but MMOD, so micrometeorite and orbital debris impacts is what it's called, MMOD. It does happen. It's just one of those things, man. It's like if you're, you know, on a ship that goes out into the ocean, it's gonna rust. It's gonna rust because salt water, and your ship's made out of metal. You know what I mean? It happens. It's just one of those things that you gotta really make sure that the important stuff is like armored, but it's not the same type of armoring like a tank or anything, you know, like you could Kevlar line on the modules and stuff. That works, but yeah, it does happen. Oh yeah. How does the average American pronounce Husqvarna? Husqvarna is, there's commercials for that, for their chainsaws and stuff on TV. They say Husqvarna on the commercial. Can I ask for more Battlefield content? I'm in the EU, so I watch like 90% of After Hours at night, and I rewatch the VOD during the day. My comfort thing is to watch you playing Battlefield? Yeah. Oh, okay. Werewolf, well, that's good to know. Yeah, Dan. Mm-hmm. So, guys, these parts didn't really do what I wanted them to do. So what I was thinking is, I said that if those things don't work out the way I want, I mean, we could either A, go and sit there and try to get the colliders right, and we go from there. But at the end of the day, you know, when we made the tube, when we made the conduit pieces, right? These work, and they work really well. And what we could do is, what I want to do today is just make a fuselage, make the ring piece that goes around the conduit for the train trucks and just kind of go from there. We're making the internet here. I think that would work for the crane. Like, and it kind of keeps it simple, more or less. Because, yeah, the bearing parts, the gliders do work, but they're just not really good for this application. I tried messing with it and making using Unity gliders, smooth Unity gliders, and that didn't really do what I wanted. It is just a series of tubes. But yeah, like RE Battlefield comms, guys, if we you know, theoretically, if we do it right, no one's gonna get pissed off because we'll just steamroll everybody. Like, so yeah, I mean the comms got to be a little too much. We can't do 2 to 3 squads in one channel. But, yeah, 2 to 3 squads in one channel is just no good. Like, it's too much. It's too much chatter. I couldn't think straight. I was trying to focus, and I couldn't hear anybody. Like, I couldn't hear footsteps near me. You know, there was one time last night where the chatter was so much that there was a tank next to me, and I didn't know, and I got blown away. I'm like, okay. I mean, like I said, it's all good chatter. Like, this is good information. It's just how the information is parsed. It's just too much because I have to filter out in my head like who's in my squad, like who's doing this, what's doing that, like where are these people, like are they near me, are they not near me, is this pertinent information for me? And in that time parsing all that information, I usually just get shot. So. Yeah, if there was like a big loop, that'd be super useful. I mean, imagine being a real comm, guys. Well, you have different channels and different frequencies for that exact reason. Yeah, Dan, I'm sure there's a way to do it. You know, we'll see if there's a way to globally broadcast, like, over a couple of channels in Discord. I'm sure there's a way. Like, I know we can do it. Anyway. Oh, crap. Did I open up the right version? I opened up the wrong version of Kerbal. Well, actually, no. This is I wanted to show you guys this. Tiered comms is not something Discord has, and it's been a huge issue. All right. Yeah, TeamSpeak would be, yeah, the right move, but... So, on the crane, I'm thinking, for real, just make one of these. Make so this thing, the structural fuselage is great for moving stuff through the tubes and whatever, for sliding around on the tubes. But the structural fuselage has 10-meter-second impact tolerance. For whatever reason, with this crane, whenever we drop something down, right, and we dock, it sends a reverberation shock through the system. And if the parts don't have high impact tolerance, like my conduit tubes, right? If they don't have high impact tolerance, they'll explode. Now, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to affect the SRBs that are holding this thing together, which only have 7 to 9 or 10 meters a second impact tolerance. It really seems to only be parts that move around a lot, like parts that are attached to hydraulics, for instance. So where's my conduit tube? Not there. Do you need to modify it? It's just copy and change impact tolerance. It's only a 5-second thing. I mean, Sea Kraken, I would kind of what I'm thinking is, I don't know, man. Yeah, I suppose it's not a big deal. We could just go edit the structural fuselage if we really want to reduce this to its base element, right? Vent. Oh, man. Can you copy the structural fuselage? I've missed a bit, but have you considered not docking with the crane and making some form of Kraken Tech lift points instead? Eliminate the shock load from the dock piece altogether. That is another thing I was considering, Ox. Yeah, we could do that. I could make a hook. My thing is how would we go about doing that? You know? I would do that. But how can we be sure that that hook is going to work? You know? Like, so we're talking about building a crane block here. So crane blocks are the thing that's at the end. Well, it's at the end of a crane. It's this stuff. Those are crane blocks. Could build it. I'm just... Part of me really just wants to look into just making a cable, you know? Can I just... Let me just look around. It seems like Kerbal attachment system is really the way to do it. Now here, Let me take a look here. So this is a YouTube video. I just want to see. This is Tiny Pirate. 2 minutes. How old is this? This video's from 11 years ago. Huh. Does that part become the same vehicle, or does it just magnetize to a secondary vehicle? Yeah, I know, Dan. I know what you mean. I'm wondering if you can cal control this. Yeah. There's a docked and undocked mode. What was the argument against I-beams and sliders to make the impact tolerance greater? More parts, living. That's about it. KS could be useful here, dudes. Can we adjust cable length here? Because we're going to need a freaking long cable. The max is 80 meters. Oh yeah, we're fine. There was another idea that I had, fellas, just on a side note. There's already bridge cranes that are modeled in KSP. B9 modeled them. I could just take that and use that with KAS. Just saying that can be done. Are they usable? No, they're not usable. I'm not sure about the models, though. Steal the textures. I have no idea where the textures would be. And if the V9 made these parts in Sketchfab back in the day, so I don't know what the textures are. If it's a DDS texture, that's going to be hard to decompile it. But yeah, there are crane models here. All right, well, let's go around. Let's take a look. Game data, squad, contracts, controls, experience, flags, flags optimization, interiors, administration. They are DDS, and oh, PhotoGimp might be able to open a DDS. Come on. Okay. Localization, menu, props, missions, part list, parts, plugins, props. That's the UI. Resources. Spaces. Crew cabin internals, cupola internal. Those are the old parts. I don't know how buildings work, dude, in this game. So I'm just looking through everything. Can't redistribute models or textures, but you can patch the textures after everything is loaded, getting around that. It's how Omega has all his buildings look stock, by patching after everything loads. Let me think. I mean, guys, I can model that. That'll take not long. Really, it really won't take a long time. AI says it's under parts. I don't think so, dude. These are... Yeah. Would it be in a hidden file? It might be. Self-employed individual, how do you manage the guilt of taking time off? I've been working on a game for over a month and well clear of 100 hours a week, and since I've got no set end of day, I struggle to convince myself I should stop to play games, watch stuff, relax with no boss. Took a long time. It took a long time, Zarek. It took a long time for me to be nice to myself, dude. I wasn't nice to myself for the better part of a decade. How I deal with it, dude? Sometimes if you're working on something and you're not having fun, just stop. Do something else for a little while and then go back to it. Like Kerbal. Stuff gets done. Gets done slowly, but it gets done. No, Alex, I've never seen that. Yeah, Kuju, that's most likely what's going on. It's baked into an asset bundle. I think that is probably correct, yes. Dude, even then, like, taking Monday, Tuesday off because I was sick, Zarek, just... Yeah. There's often a lot of guilt with when you're self-employed like this, when you take time off because you know you could be here making more money, right? Like... But, like... What I've been learning, dude, and especially since I've been, you know, ever since what happened with Bree, like, we're good now, but, like, I really try to, just enjoy the time, you know? Yeah. But it's always in the back of your mind, like, you're not streaming. Why are you not streaming? What the hell's that about? And I find that, you know, taking the time, and if you're sick, just take the time and then come back. And when you come back, you're good to go. Like, if you're pushing yourself all the freaking time, like, you can do it. It takes a lot of discipline to do that. But if you do it, like, yeah, you can. You got to really, really make sure you're on your game, dude. You know what? There's no point in recompiling this. I can make this. I can make that thing. That's not hard. So I'm going to make that, guys. And then I think that's cool. I think it would be cool to make an alike piece that fits in with Kerbal. And honestly, that texture shouldn't be too hard to make. It's overlapping in a repeat. It's an overlap repeating texture. That's not hard. And the rest of it is just painted orange. Like, yeah. So, Zarek, like, I don't know, man. Just, I guess my best advice is just be nice to yourself, dude. I was not nice to myself for the longest time. Really, I was a complete, like, the right way to say it is I was a complete jerk. Complete jerk to myself. Like, oh, you could be out there working. Why are you not working? What do you suck? What are you doing? You know, like, I'll give you guys an example. Like, EJ from 5 years ago wouldn't be playing this much Battlefield on stream. Because I know good and well that people don't want to see Battlefield as much, right? Like, as Kerbal. So what I would do is I would basically guilt trip myself into playing 8 to 10 hours of Kerbal a day. And don't get me wrong, we made some really good content through the pandemic with Kerbal. Like, Mission Mode 2 was fantastic. But where did that get me? The SSTO pad blew up in my face, and all that pushing just to basically fail to save really screwed me up, But it did teach me a pretty good lesson, you know? Like, yeah, I basically not burnt out on Kerbal, but I put in 8 months of work into that mission mode save, and my mission mode saves had failure conditions. If you go bankrupt, you fail, you delete the save. Well, or just stop playing it. And I failed. Sucked. But it did teach me some pretty damn valuable lessons about how rockets get engineered, and I still use that to this day to understand what SpaceX and Blue and everybody is doing, etc., etc. Yeah, so Zarek, like, you know, if you're not nice to yourself and you push through, just be prepared when all that pushing doesn't amount to anything. You might be successful, you might not be. And this is what I mean about being nice to yourself. When you fail, you fail. Like, it happens. You know, if you're not nice to yourself and you fail, you're going to beat yourself up about it, and then you're never going to forgive yourself for it. Can't do that. You got to just move on. So, I guess the best thing I could say is be nice to yourself, dude. Yeah, Dan, they are. I mean, for the longest time, dudes, I just didn't work-life balance. No, I burned my entire 20s. I started streaming 23, 24, and I would burn the candle at both ends basically until I was 30. And even then, the pandemic happened after that, and then I burned the candle even more into my 30s. And now I'm 38, and I'm like, huh, what the heck just happened? 15 years just went by like that. You know? How many birthdays did you miss? How many outings going and hanging with your friends, dude? Like, to grind out the stream, to make the stream successful, I had to sacrifice a lot of things. You know? I basically stopped hanging out with any friends, you know, and only now am I, well, not only now, like, you know, I'm trying to make an effort to go hang with my buddies and stuff, and just, it's like, at least for the summertime, dudes, like, just chill, just take it easy for a little while. September comes around, I'll just get back to being a dick to myself, and we'll grind out some more, but I'm just trying to be nice to myself, guys. It's something I needed to do, especially after the last, like, 8 months. Not been fun. Except for Artemis 2. That was sick. So, yeah. That's why I haven't been completely anal retentive about being here exactly at noontime. Look, if I get up here at 12:30, I get up here at 12:30, dudes. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't the new norm. I'm just trying to give myself some breathing space so I get my head back on straight because, you know, life almost died. No. That's not something my brain is having a good time with. So, you know. Yeah, Hellingar, that's right, dude. Like, wait, what happened? I have a video, a VOD, Troy, called Life Updates from, I think, like, the early part of June. Dude, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to go into detail. I did not have a good month of May. It was bad. It got bad. The short story is that that Bree was 8 weeks pregnant, and she had an ectopic pregnancy, and she lost the baby and almost died. Yeah. Yeah. A ruptured ectopic pregnancy. She almost bled out. And it makes me sad even talking about it, dude. I don't want to talk about it. I'll get all I'll get all mushy. We shouldn't do that. But, yeah, not great, dude. Not great. I lost the kid and I almost lost her. And it really, really screwed with me, dude. I'm not gonna lie, it really messed me up. And that's what I mean about being nice to yourself. That's what I realized. Like, this is something that's out of my control. Like, it's something that I really have no control over. Like, that's just nature doing its thing, right? Or lack thereof, I guess, right? And I had to kind of reconcile that with my brain, that there's really nothing I can do about it. Like, you guys know me. I'll figure out a way, and I'll be persistent and stubborn until I fix something or figure out a way that, I want to do something. Like in Kerbal, like what we're doing right now with the crane. I'll figure out a way to make a nice crane and make it work and make it awesome. We'll make it work with Kerbal Attach, and it'll be amazing, right? And I won't stop pushing until I get what I want, right? With that, there's nothing you can do. Like, this problem's completely out of my control. Like, and that screwed with me a lot. I don't like the idea of not being able to take care of my wife, and the fact that she was in a position where I can't do anything about it. It just kills me, dude. Kills me. It's terrible. You know? So that's what I mean about being nice to yourself. I learned a pretty damn valuable lesson, and I'm still trying to, guys, I'll be honest, I still have bad days. I still have days where I'm just like, yep, nope, hate everything today. Cool, I'm gonna go back to sleep. You know? You know? But, yeah. Yeah, and Bree was on Twitch before that. It's Intensity, what do you say? Sorry, dude, but you chose to make your hobby your job. Yeah, of course I did. It's not my hobby. Spaceflight's my passion. Cars are my hobby. You know what I mean? But, yeah. It gets tough. It gets tough at times when it becomes work. But it becomes work, and that's fine. Once again, fellas, I'm not gonna stay like this for a long time. Like, this isn't the new norm. I will go back to grinding stuff out in KSP or making mods or doing whatever. Like, and it's very clear from yesterday, like, I could still do a 13-hour stream. That's no big deal, right? I'm just trying to take it easy for the summer, that's all. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Like, yeah, no, like, when the basement flooded, I just fixed it. I just dealt with it, you know? I didn't even think about it. I was just like, yeah, all right, cool. Fix this. And, you know, I had to take a couple of days off. Whatever. It happens. Like, saw NASA's doing a spacewalk. Is it a recording or is it real life? Oh, it's real life, dude. Yeah, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir are out there installing the bracket for a rollout solar array. It's pretty cool. All right. I think we should just make that. We should just make that bridge crane. Nice, Selfish. Yeah, Clang Bang, that's something I had to really reconcile, that, you know, you're not going to be okay for a little, you're not going to be good for a little while. Like, dude, even now, like, I'm still like, huh? Wait, what? I'm not as sharp as I was like 6 months ago. Because, yeah, traumatic events tend to scramble your brain like that. Sucks, dude, but yeah, it's just gonna take time. It just takes time to fix. I can't say how long it's going to take, but I've been getting better. I'd say I'd be good by the end of the summer. Like, I'm actually, you know, pretty decent right now, but I don't want to push it either, you know. But yeah, that's what I mean. I had to really kind of learn to be patient with myself. You know, I can't just go back. I couldn't, dude, I tried to go back to doing long streams in June, and I failed miserably. I was just like, I can't do this. I was getting mad at people. Like, we tried racing in the middle of June, Friday night racing. I ended up cursing out everybody and just rage quitting the race. Like, I couldn't concentrate on racing. Like, it was no good. And I think I burned a couple of bridges doing that, but oops. Sorry. Like, nobody's perfect. Yeah, Dons, it really screws with you, dude. Like, it sucks. But, whatever. I'm getting my head back on straight. It's just taking some time. But, yeah, let's model that thing. I can make this. This is not hard. That won't take very long. So, let's... I do believe we are about 15 meter across here. I think we have a 15 by 20 bridge crane here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Troy, it took me a while to get that plan right, but yeah, I'm all right, dude. I'm good. It's just, I'm not going to be on time for every stream, dude. I'm not going to be on time, and sometimes I just might not be here. Like, it sucks, and I hate, it's killing me inside to say that and admit it, but I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I thought about seeking professional help. I'm good. No, Crow, I'm in a good spot. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, no problem, Dan. Yeah. Like, I gotta take care of myself and then go from there. And what that means, like I said, what that means is that I might not be here some days. Like, but what that means is the flip side of that is you might get an awesome stream like what we did yesterday. You know, cities into space news. We had Ryan on commentary, and then we had some Battlefield. I did 13 hours yesterday, no problem. Like, you have good days and bad days, dude. Anyway, Zarek, that's it, man. Like, yeah. All right, let's get back to crane part. Jesus, Snarfer, what the hell? $100. Your wife went into emergency surgery in the same week Bree did. She's recovering from corrective surgery last week now. Everything looks good, but the struggle is real. I feel you, bro. Dude, you know. Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad when they're in there and you can't do anything about it. It kills, dude. It, like, there was a point in May where I was just not doing good at all. It was not good. Very solid to hear all this. You're one of the coolest people I ever met. I appreciate all that you've done. Yeah, no problem, Z-Kraken, of course. Speaking to professionals is useful. Yeah, I know, Oculix. I know it's not. No. Don't get confused. I'm not saying that seeking professional help is bad or it's something that you shouldn't do. I'm saying I'm good. I'm in a good spot. I'm fine. I don't need to go see a shrink. I'm good. I rationalized it in my head. I figured out what I needed to do and I go because I fix things. That's how my brain works. It's self-correcting. Not everybody's like that. And if you need help, get help. All good. Yeah, Clank Bang, they're good. Snarfer, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I read the whole thing, dude. Don't worry about it. See, the flip side of that... I'm trying to turn this into self-help, man. I just want to make a crane. The flip side of, like, being a contractor is that you always have to be... or being a streamer or a content creator is that you always have to be introspective. You always have to look at yourself. You always have to try to improve. You always have to get better. All right. You're always looking to do that because you want to drive the view. You want to grow the stream, right? That's the big thing, right? So I have the better part of a decade of experience of, understanding what my thoughts are and figuring them out and going from there to try and make a better stream. So yeah, dude, I was able to rationalize, like, I'm good. This, even something like this, I you know, we're good. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just need some time. That's all. That's it. There isn't anything else there. Like, yeah, there really isn't anything else there. I can honestly say that. I'm good. Yeah, I keep you wiping my thoughts, Snarfer. Sucks, man. But what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? Why does the bridge crane actually do anything? Does it reduce the pot?
Roger here, just FYI, we will do a raptor.
Oh, Roger with the Raptor side chat going on right now. Yeah, you have to be introspective in content creation because sometimes you're going to do something that you really like that people don't give a fuck about. It happens. And it kills you, but there you go. Like, in 2017, I needed to take a break from Kerbal. I needed to take a break, and I got addicted to PUBG, and basically spring and summer of 2017, I played nothing but PUBG every stream for like 6 to 8 hours a day. And I wanted to keep doing it, but then I realized I was basically torpedoing my own stream. So I stopped, and I went back to building cool stuff in KSP.
I'm in space.
Fluffy, jeez, come on. Sorry for the derail. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm tougher than that or not, but yeah, that was a hard one. It was a hard puzzle to repiece everything back together. I don't have it fully completed, but we're getting there. Okay, so we could go modify the collision tolerance of the structural fuselage if we really just want to fix the crane that way. And the fairings, if we could take the MSTR4 crane and just adjust impact tolerance on the parts and go from there, if we really want to do it. What's up, William? Okay, Willie. Yeah, good to know, dude. Yeah, there's a spacewalk going on. Yeah, it's EVA 96. Neil Menon and Jessica Meir are putting, they're mounting the iRosa panel. It's good stuff. Yeah, see, I got it on over there. Let me think. All right, let's get back to this. So, yeah, see, I find myself wanting to just change the impact tolerance on the structural fuselage and kind of call it a day. But the thing is, dudes, is like, I don't know. The other part of me is like, if we're going to open this up just to make a freaking cylinder and some tubes, right? Like, you know, we got into, you know, I figured out, you know, I got the modding pipeline good to go just to make a frigging tube. Like, that's it. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between wanting to, I mean, like, I can make that part in the VAB, right? We can make the crane parts in the VAB. Like, I can ground. I can model that. Heck, we could texture it too. I'd probably do that in 1 to 2 streams, I'd say. Oh, that would be nice. Sea Kraken. So, Syntesia, I use the bridge. I want to build bridge crane parts, and I think with Kerbal attachment system, we could really get away with it. I think that would be a good place to start, because I want to build my own rockets. That's the real big thing. We want to make our own rockets. And I don't think we need wheels or anything. Like, the clevis parts are cool, right? But I don't think we need them. I think we could just make parts slide on rails. You know why? Because that's what we do here. This thing was just designed to slide on rails, and that works. I don't think we need wheels. I think that's overcomplicating it now. Because it's a really tough collider box. It doesn't really work exactly how I want. So I have a 3D printer, Chaz. I don't really use it. Hey, Bleaks, what's going on? EJ's modular building parts. Trying to look at these B9 parts. Guys, we could make this. I could make these into modular. Like, we could make that cube into one thing, and you could just node stack a bunch of them on top of each other. Like, we could do that. That's no big deal. So you could make modular towers and whatnot. I didn't find the crane texture. If I was gonna do this, I'd scratch make it, Justin. Right now, what I'm thinking is like a modular crane or modular integration building pack. Like, you could just model the stairs, like 2 flights of stairs, and just make them node attached stackable on top of each other. We could make catwalks, we can make all kinds of cool stuff. At what point are you gonna hire a texture artist? Well, actually, I got PhotoGimp, dude. There's a plugin for GIMP called PhotoGimp, and it basically it's a UI redo to make GIMP work with Photoshop controls. Yeah, don't worry about that. Texturing, we can get that done. That's no problem. Well, so what do we want to do here? Do we want to go get Kerbal attachment and put it in? I think that's probably a good idea to get KAS and start screwing with that thing and figure out how it works. And then we'll make the crane parts based off of that. But yeah, I know we can do some fun stuff with modular parts, because a long time ago I did I messed with this in KSP assets. I messed with trying to replicate this. Check this out. Look. Hello? So I tried to replicate B9's style, and yeah, we could see, you can make this all into modular pieces. See? And then like I said, I just had some fun making Slick 6 buildings one time. And the interesting thing is that I made a stupid gantry crane for it. I forgot that I had this. I mean, it's not UV'd or anything, but... Let's get KAS. All right, I know what I want to do here. Where is CCAN? There it is. Toolbar controller and waterfall. Yeah, all right, do it. Do it, do it. Yes. Is this the guy right here? I don't want Kerbal inventory. Easy vessel switch. Actually, easy vessel switch might not be the worst thing. Bro, already had the Slick 6 model for all that time. I honestly forgot I made it, Kai. Made it a long time ago. Dude, that model is over a decade old. Easily. Sorry. All right, let's roll. Okay, yes, the first mod you collaborated on in 2012. Refueling landers with a pipe is great. No docking nonsense. Ivan, random question since I was watching the spacewalk just now. Do the Russians ever join in on spacewalks? No. The Russians don't do spacewalks on the USOS side of the station, the United States operational segment. They only handle the EVAs on the backside, on the Russian operational segment of the station. To my knowledge, I don't believe they've ever been out on the front side of the station. Kind of want that Slick 6 model so you could 3D print it. So that was part of a thing that I did where Squad was looking for a hard surface modeler for parts. I think this was like 2014, 2015, something like that. They were looking for somebody to make models for them. So I got in touch with them. I did this off the stream. And I mean, I think we're far enough out where I could probably tell you this story. And there was I only figured it out probably like 2 or 3 days before they were gonna like make the decision on who they wanted, right? So honestly, what I did was I took a weekend off from streaming. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I took it off from my job that I was working at the time. And taught myself the entire pipeline for making parts for KSP in probably about 72 hours, and had I made a whole parts pack for a 5-meter fuel tank pack. Parts optimized, CFG files configured, everything in about a weekend. And the texturing, I just duplicated textures over and over again. The textures were probably as good as some of the earliest parts from KSP. And I submitted it to them with the job application, and they never called me back. I followed up a week later asking them, like, hey, any word on the environment, in the hard surface modeling position? And all I got back was no. No. Nice. I made it a thing to say that I did all of this in 72 hours. I taught myself the entire Unity pipeline in 72 hours. Yeah. It's honestly, Aqualex, it's junk. Those parts are so bad. That's why they didn't call me back, because the parts are caca. But the purpose there wasn't to illustrate that I can make nice parts. I've made nice parts. I had the shuttle pack at the time, and I showed them that too. The point is that I could learn fast, and I could pick it up as I go, and I can make nice parts. But my intentions there, because I didn't have a lot of time, was to show them, instead of working on one part and submitting one part and making it look nice, I submitted an entire pack of parts. Now, could the textures have been better? Yes, of course. I didn't sleep for like 2 days. But I made it a thing to say, like, look, this is what I can learn in a weekend. This is what I can learn in a weekend. If, you give me a chance, imagine what I'll learn in a week. Imagine what I'll have in a month. They didn't go for it. Oh well. I mean, they knew that I was building crazy stuff in KSP. They knew that I could work in a 3D environment, and there's the whole teaching yourself rocket science thing. But yeah, I guess they didn't go for it. All I got was no. And then they were like, so you're going to be on KSP TV after that, right? And I'm like, yeah. Sure. Oh well. Thanks, I think. All right, so how do we... Where are these Kerbal attachment parts? Oh, I saw one there. So let's take the R4 crane, and we'll make the R5. We'll just overwrite it. 8, 6, 26. KAS version. Save. Overwrite the original because we don't need that anymore. All right, so this is the one with the fairings and everything. Yeah, the one that's not too incredibly happy when you dock and undock things to it. Grappling hook, harpoon. Pylon? Oh, that's for attaching fuel lines and stuff. That's cool. The winch. W50 winch. Link break force 200 kilonewtons. Maximum link length is 50 on that one. Maximum is 80 on this one. All right, so with this, what I'm going to do is, well, dump the hydraulics. And we take the winch and we... put it there, right? Like, can we grandparent strut that? Oh. Cable hook? Joint socket. Portable cable bracing. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. It's a simple manually operated winch with a small spool of steel cable, which lets you connect things as long as they're not too far away. There must be a hook on the other vessel for which to attach. Tie downs. There's still clips of you floating around on there. Yeah. Resource transfer station. Huh. Cool. So the grapple hook needs to go there, right? We don't need the harpoon. Did I do that right, dudes? That's how that has to be. That's how that has to go. Can we attach a block piece to it? No. All right, hold on. So at the end of a block, you want a counterweight. And so Hallingar, if I do this to that, right, and then we take an ore tank, right, and I put the ore tank like this, that'll work. This attachment is attaching to the cable. Got it. Okay. I do believe we have to put this like this. And then fill it with ore, close out the ore. I think you can also just have a connector on the thing you're picking up and connect it with more accuracy than the grappling hook. A connector. This, build your stuff with lift points. And this doesn't count as a vehicle dock. It doesn't count as a vehicle dock. For precision alignment, you may want 2 to 4 cables with hooks, then use the UI or cal to control all 4 at once so you get the alignment where you want. You could do rigging. This is pretty good. This is pretty cool. Fudge. Theoretically, you could get away with doing a tagline too. Do you still want to make video games? What? That'd be really nice. Freedom, but yeah, I don't know. You can tagline with a Kerbal if it works without Kerbal inventory. Okay. So, where's the lifting point? So we're not going to use the grapple hook. What do you use instead of the grapple hook then? Joint socket. Like that? And now what do I put down on this? A Kerbal has to connect them though? You could just tell me instead of linking a YouTube, but alright, whatever. You don't put anything on the witch, put the joint socket on the fuel tank. Okay. But a Kerbal has to connect it? Uh-oh. You'd probably want the hook. The hook is just a small claw. Oh. It makes a funny noise. Yeah, sorry, this thing's pretty cool, man. You could use winches to entirely replace...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey EJ, these crane streams have really uplifted my mood. Thanks.
Okay. So now we need a Kerbal. It's Kerbal attachment, RJ. Add it to the list. I added it 5 minutes ago, and he's like, "Why isn't it in the mod command? Why isn't it in the mod command yet?" Just mean you need man lifts to access access platforms? Yeah. Yeah. I have no way to get a Kerbal up to this. I didn't make the rope flecken, it's Kerbal attachment, dude. It's my crane, though. Maybe Jeb can get close. You can connect the rope to a Kerbal's back. Lower it, have Jeb pick up the cable. Okay. He's not going up. We're tensioning the hell out of that cable. It won't pick him up, dudes. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness. There's no way. Jeff! I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. You having fun? Oh, he's having a good time. He's fine. He's fine. Put your helmet on, dude. He's fine. He's having the time of his life. This is fine. He has been chosen. The claw. Okay. This is fine. You know, it's good. Yeah, this mod's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll admit it. Good job. You're gonna need a helmet. If we do it slowly, we should be able to pick it up. You just don't want to snap, you can't snap tension the cable. Oh. Yeah, I see it. You're ready to pull. Come on. Try it with Jeb off of there. It's not Jeb, Sea Kraken. It's the 36 tons. Time to try the bigger one? Where's the bigger one? Link brake force 200, 50 meter spring force 1,000 kilonewtons. Link brake force 400, spring force 2,000. There's a spacewalk going on, Freelancer. Yeah, it's spacewalk 96. Yep. No actions. Yeah, I've seen it. It's nothing element. There's no dynamic actions here. No axis control. See, no axis fields, meaning that you'd have to use the UI. Can you control 3 winches at once with the UI? You can control them all at once with the UI. Oh, all right, never mind. Yeah, if like in with a light enough payload, Falcon 9 can move stuff to the moon, sure. I'm trying to think, how would we do this? Spreader bar. Yeah. Let me think about this for a second. So how a real crane does this, guys, is they use pulleys. They use pulleys for mechanical advantage. So this doesn't happen. It's Kerbal attachment system, Fluffy, yeah. Guys, I want to try something. I honestly and truly think it'll end with a catastrophically bad explosion, but I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I really think it's not going to end well, but what I'm going to do is put a bunch of cubic octags on the end of these things. And then, this is a dumb idea. This is not going to end well. I know docking ports, I get it, but also, you know, it might work. We're just testing things out here, okay? I'm not sure what the docking port is going to do on the end of the cable. But my theory here is that the cable, it's going to shock dock it, right? Like, we know that happens. But the cable might be able to handle, the cables might be able to handle the reverberations. Either that or the whole crane's going to blow up. It's one or the other. You know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The H highlights the winch. Oh dear. Hey RC, how you doing? 134 months. So it didn't do that. It didn't like that. Do we need to does the grapple have more force? I don't know. The grapple, 120 meters a second impact tolerance. It doesn't say. But it looks like these things can if we put the hooks here, that will work. Does that do that? Does that? Percy, you doing all right? Well, that's good. Hey, Yul, what's up? First time on the PC in months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's a way to do this. So set the extensions in the 5 mark, and we can use this basically as a logic gate. And then set the release on all the cables as well. Or no, not release. Retract. Set those here, right? And then if we have the controller in the center, we can take the cable controller and we bind it to forward and back, play position. Instead of incremental, we do absolute control. Think that'll do it. Let's test it. They test it? They test it. Did you put stairs on the tank? No, I didn't. So guess not. I really thought that would work. So I can't make a pulley because the cable is inclinable. So the only way to do this is to cluster the cables. But there's no way to control all of these all at once. Verbal attachment system, geek. Sometimes the values on the cow controller being at like the very end don't really work. So I'm gonna step the values in on the cable and go from there. That might get this to work correctly. Surprised you aren't covering the spacewalks. I have it on the other screen, but yeah. Just have extend and retract the action groups, no cal. That'll work. I'd prefer to use the cal controller because then I can shut it off. I can disable the connection if I need to. All right, ready? Oh, guess not. I don't know why that's funny. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait. Uh-huh. Oh. But 2 of them are backwards. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Jeb. Jeb, you put them on backwards. We'll wait longer, Renee. Jeez. So this is the part where I said explosions can happen. I am not sure what this thing's going to do with a snap dock through the cable, but we're going to find out. We're going to have a lot of fun when we do it, right? Am I right? Am I right? How cool is the spacewalk today? Spacewalk was cool, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of hoping will happen. All right, here we go. This could end very poorly or very cool. No! Ah! Balls! Come on. Pick it up. I just gotta figure out a way to get them all to work. Is the tank full? Yes. Yes, the tank is full. So, guys, this picked up as a secondary dock, even though it's a separate vessel. There must be something with this to, like, kind of prevent it from snap docking. There must be something with KAS, the way it's coded. Just edit the max braking force. KAS isn't designed to lift heavy stuff by default. Well, the fun part is to try and figure it out without editing stuff, man. If you put a load spreader to a load spreader, it'll equalize the load on each. Yeah, but the weak point isn't the cable, it's the attachment, Drew. That's the problem that I'm dealing with here. Try only 2? Okay. How's it hanging? It's hanging. See? I don't like how much that's freaking out, dude, but... Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Yeah, probably facts. Yeah. Okay, let me screw with this a little bit. So, what I want to do is take these parts, and instead of attaching them to the docking piece, I want them to be attached to the physics-less part. I have an idea. So, what happened there was we made the we made it a little too spicy. The increment. It's the increment on the motor. I'm pretty sure if we lower the increment on the motors and then make a 3-action group combo, or I still might be able to get it to work with the Cal controller. If we zero this with stop motor in the center on the cable controller, right? Go here. And then add stop motor into the center. Stop motor. Stop motor. Stop. Stop. And then we plus in a point right at 2.5, right? Copy. That should give us the logic that we're looking for to make this thing work. Space news. I'll collect links later, dude. What? Why? What is this? Oh, yeah, okay, cool. What is KAS? Kerbal Attachment System. The docking port piggybacked onto the cables, though. That worked. It worked really well. The only thing I really didn't have control over is where it was, like the thing turned a little bit. So, I mean, a load spreader would fix that, like what Drunar was saying. Let's, You know what I was thinking? I don't have any regrets about not using KAS at all, like, back in the day. If anything, I proved you can play the game without it, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it isn't cool. Hey, Jeb, I need you for a second. Jeb? Hey. All right, let's try this again. Probably don't want it tangled, but Cross shape might help, Dino, yeah. Hey, weather guy. The whole crane's crooked because I time warped when we were docking. It's not great. Okay. Retract to 7. Stop to 8. So I'm binding the action groups to see if I can control all of these all at once. Then 9 would be extend. Okay, so set the increment on all of these as low as possible. Increment for movement. Stretch everything. We got to get these all synced up. Okay. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that. We don't want it to do this. We don't want it to bounce up and down. It welded the docking ports. Crap. Yeah, this system isn't going to work. Well, we can lift this way, dudes, but the docking ports are fudged together. They're welded. It's screwed it up. Are there mods that may help? What? No. That... Cables are in parallel right now. Even in a series would help. I don't think so. Can you bypass the docking port? Geek, I'm not sure. At the end of the day, dude, like, hold up. Like, the reason why I'm not sure is because at the end of the day, even the spreader, I'm not sure is going to do what we want, right? Like, so here, let's check something. This is the center control, this control for the center one. What happens if we just lift it by that? Oh. Huh. Is stretch reset? Can we bind the cable stretch to this? I don't know. Yeah, look at that. Can the cal do stretch? No, we don't seem to have a stretch function here, or instant stretch. There it is, but you can't bind it to a cal. You can't bind it to an action group. Huh. Huh. Hmm. See, fellas, this tells me that I gotta check something again. Hold on. Yep. That's what I thought. Yeah, enabling SVI on the winches themselves. So, all right, I want to check something. This tells me that it's, what I just saw tells me that it's really more about how many of these you have attached. So what I want to check is I'm going to pull up from one of the ones that's still attached, and I want to see what happens. I'm just going to pull from that one, see if it lifts it, or see if it snaps. Interesting. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, if you have all of them connected, you can pull from one, which that's cool. That's actually super neat. Can these do same vehicle interaction? They can. All right, excellent. Almost the right size. This my bumps from Project Hail Mary, Jackal. So now the next thing that I want to do, This is a hook that a cable can clip onto, okay? All right, where are the... I'm just thinking if there's any better way that we can make this work. Can you not attach sort of catch pins on the side of the load and winch from them? Yeah, Crow, we can, but you'd need a spreader bar, right? You'd need that. What I'm wondering here is, why not use the cables independently and connect each one to a socket on the tank and have 4 cables on the sockets on the tank? How? What? What? I mean... Yeah, that's not really what I'm trying to do, but, is there a way to attach joint socket to joint socket, or does it have to be through a cable? No, that's not. Honestly, building that crane block right now would probably be a good idea. All right, let me try something. We're gonna get a little crazy, okay? Listen, friend, I know it's crazy right now, but it's going to get a lot crazier. No, that's not going to work because I can't unlatch. Thinking. Just undo SVI. What happens when I undock the tank, Sea Kraken? I'll be able to lift it, and we know it's going to work. It'll be able to lift it just fine. But, okay, so say I place the tank where I need it to go. How do we undo it? How do we unclip them from each other? They're separate vehicles. Same vessel interaction doesn't matter. It's not going to work. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Okay, I have another idea. So I'm going to do kind of what you said. But we're going to pick this up from the sides like that. But what I want to do is I'm going to test it with one series versus parallel, like what Flacken, like what you were saying. I'm wondering, because it doesn't really matter about length, right? It matters about connection. From what I've been able to surmise here, connection matters more than anything, right? So let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, we're using the winches. Why are these offline? Yes, Pogo. It won't let me retract those cables. Nope, that's not going to work. Okay, so that idea's out. I don't know if I don't know if the cable, I don't know enough about this yet. It's not. It registers what's south of the cable. 95 as a different vehicle. It actually registered it as debris, believe it or not. I can only switch to it with Alt bracket. Yeah. Weird. Hey, Cernus, what's going on? What did you start playing Kerbal? 2013. Well, no, summer of 2012. Excuse me. What do we have here? Kerbal attachment system. I'm trying to make a crane block eagle, and it's not... I don't really want to do it with the way Kerbal attachment works. We have the Kerbal attachment system mod, which has winches and cables. Problem is, the winches aren't really good enough to be able to lift up what I want to lift, so I have to cluster them together. I'm having some hierarchical problems with clustering them together. Fine, I guess. How are you? I'm all right. It needs to hit a 10 kilonewton force. Oh boy. Pulleys. Cables aren't collidable. The spreader bar to equalize load, yeah. I'm thinking. Just give me a second, guys. This is tough. It's gonna be tough to get this right. Think, man, think. So we could set up the spreader bar on the ground, bring it in like on a truck, right? Set it up on the ground, latch to the spreader bar, right? That might work. At the end of the day, you're still putting all of it through one. So Eagle, the problem that I'm having is that we have 5 winches right there. One of them is not good enough. It won't lift. It'll snap. So these have like junction points right here. See the socket? You got to attach it to the socket, right? And yeah, it doesn't. So basically what I got to do is I got to lower this one first and then lower all the other cables and then have Jeb attach, or a Kerbal attach all of them, right? Because of hierarchy, right? And then once you lift with 5 cables, it works. The problem is that the Kerbal attachment system doesn't have any way to control all the winches all at once. But I don't think that that's that big of an issue, right? Check DMs. No, I get you. Yeah, I get you. Thanks for the drawing. Yeah, no, I get it. Hang on a second, dude. Cal controller to run all 5 at once. Doesn't work. There are ways to do it with action groups. Just straight AGs, you can get it to work. Just bear with me here. All right, I gotta trial something. Just give me another docking port right there. Absolute snap. Right? I have to build the stupid thing backwards. Oh. All right. 2 cables down to those connection points, and then we need 2 cables up. Two double attachment points right here. And then Jeb's gonna need to hook up all the damn rigging. All right, this test is just... This is going to be a weird one. Probably going to result in an explosion, but that is logically how this should work. Let me turn the crane right side up. We don't need it on its side. Hey, Vargon, how goes the parts building? I'm testing out something called Kerbal Attachment System. Yeah, it's called KAS. It's basically winches and cables, Vargon. Are docking adapters and Kerbal attaching the only way to temporarily connect 2 objects? Yes. Alright, so Jeb needs to basically be a crane rigger here for a second. And this thing... Need to go back to the crane for a second, select this. apply. Our docking adapter, yeah, okay, I already answered that. Now how the heck do we attach those, though? I understand this is a bridge crane, but to what end? Yeah. Yeah. It's for putting rockets together, dude. Just trying to figure out ways to get Kerbal Attachment System to play nice with this. Okay, let's see if the spreader bar does what I want. Okay. Let's go here. Retract the hydraulic. Undock. Undock. All right. All that should be active now because those are separated vehicles, right? All that should be active is my main winch. So stretch it. I hit the wrong button. Oh, they docked to each other. Crap! Well, that's so much for that. That didn't work. The two docking ports. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, more or less Eagle, yeah. Oops. Ah. No, I got all of them to work. I got all of them to work together. I'm more or less just testing different ways to do stuff. You know what? Let's just make this simple, okay? Been a hot minute since I used CAS. Wasn't there a cable in the utility tab of the VAB to pre-assemble the rigging? Wasn't there a cable in the utility tab? I don't see anything. Maybe the hooks are the key here. Didn't you build an airplane mobile ramp? Can you use that to get Jeb up there? No, we could just pick Jeb up with the crane. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we can do that. Links with socket type cable 3.5. All right, get rid of all this. Let's do something stupid. So, it seems like it needs electrical charge, right? So, what happens if we put a probe core on here and we give the stupid thing control, right? And then give me a winch. This thing right here. All right, let's try this. Let's see if independent control like that works. I gotta pee real quick. It might explode. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, it exploded. All right. Here we go. All right, so if we switch to this, yes, that does it. That'll do it. Wait a minute, do I have to be on the crane? Okay. I can control a winch that's downstream. Why are they so wiggly? Physics. I'm sorry, that's never not gonna be funny. The claw. Come on, Jeb. Come on up. It's really funny, dude. Fly, Jeb! You can fly! Like Mission Impossible. Dun 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 dun. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Better now, better now, better now, better. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Ba da 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 dum. After 10,000 hours of KSP, what's your favorite part ever? This part's pretty funny. Don't worry about it, Mafuber. Okay, ready? What I'm testing here, so look, if I have one cable coming down from the top of the crane and I attach it right to it, it doesn't pick it up. It doesn't work, okay? But if we have 5 cables attached to this thing, that worked. What I'm trying to test here is if we can spread the load across the 5 cables. Now, that's still going to put an incredible amount of tension on this, but I'm trying to see if it's the connections that matter, or, you know, does it physically simulate how we think? So what I'm going to do now is back this thing out. At 3257, it's this one. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, lift it up. Oh. I'm stupid. It's still docked. Oh, no wonder that didn't work. How about we do that? Now let's see what it does. Okay. Come on. Oh. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Oh, it is very upset. Slingshot engaged. Didn't work. Damn. Why not 4 points on the item? I haven't tested that yet, Zarek. The real thing that I'm trying to get at, dude, is to have one singular point of attachment. That's it. So what I tried to, like, what worked was the 5 cables with a docking port on the end. And then I docked to that docking port. The thing is that I couldn't unstick the docking ports because the vessel wasn't fucking powered. I love you, Zarek. I just fell in love with you right now. I got it. So, the reason why the docking port wouldn't undock is because the boom wasn't powered. If we power the boom with a docking port, it will work. Dick cheese. What? Now we need the block weight. Okay. Put ore in there so if we have it weighted, it'll keep the cables in tension so they don't do the whole thing around. Yeah, just like that. We don't want that. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is get a crew tank. No. Give me a second. I gotta figure out where we want to mount this. I think this will do it. The reason why I thought we stuck docking ports, but we didn't know that it needed to be powered, right? So So what I need now is just a catwalk here, because what I'm trying to do is save us a couple of steps. All right. I want Jeb to be able to get up here and just attach all this stuff outright. So we're gonna need like a service gantry-ish thing here. That we can drop this down onto and have it not be an issue. This is nuts. You like this, Jaden? It's pretty cool. How you doing, buddy? I think I can get this to work. I'm pretty sure I got this. And this is what I do, man. I figure out a way. Life finds a way? No, no, no. EJ finds a way. And we can toggle SVI on this thing with SVI on the docking port. And that should make it work. What is this ideally going to be used for? Building rockets. It's a bridge crane. Because I'm making my own VAB. Particularly, I'm using this, I'm going to use it to build a shuttle stack, so I can reuse my space shuttles. That's the end goal. I don't know if we'll get there. We'll find out. All right. Let's see if this does it. All right. So the idea here is that we have the rocket down there and we got to pick it up and we got to put it on a launch pad. Okay. So I got to put the SRBs out. I got to put the external tank out. I got to put the space shuttle out. Right. But I need a way to lift all this stuff. And this should work. I mean, we're just testing right now, but that's the ideal thing here. All right. So Jeb, come on out here. Don't look down. Open up the winch UI. Oh. Switch to Jeb. Pick up the connector. Attach it. All right. Okay, now we're set. So what we do, toggle same vehicle interaction here. I see what this is doing. It redocks. See? Connector status docked. I get it. I get how this works. There we go. Let's get these all in sync, and then we got to go bind up some action groups here. So we need that to be extend cable. We need 8 to be stop cable, and then we need 9 to retract. 7, extend, 7, extend, 7, extend the cable, extend the cable. Nope. Start over. I did this wrong. So 7, let's just go down the board. Extend, 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 extend. 8, stop, stop, stop the motor, stop the motor, stop the motor. Okay. Now 9, we could set it to retract cable, retract cable, retract cable, retract cable, retract cable. Now, ideally, if we get all the cables in sync here, so let's get them all to 29.6. Okay, we're in sync. Let's do this. So now 7 is bring the cables down. 8 is stop. 9 is go up. we're floating a little bit of differential length, but that's okay. Now move the crane. See, the crane's moving on the hydraulics. You can't set the keybinds before leaving the hangar? No, I can. But see, when something is attached via cables, it's registering it as a different vehicle. With the cables. With the fuel lines, I suppose it's transferable, but I don't know how it's registering otherwise. If you put a control wheel on there and give it a slight override, you could stabilize it. Yeah. That's true. We could also triangulate the cables if we really wanted to, Eagle, or I could just give us a heavier block. Oh, this might not dock because the attachment point is there. Well, we'll see. Anyway, Jaden, if you're out there over in the YouTube chat, if this makes more sense, like this is a gigantic bridge crane. Like I want to pick up rockets and place them on a pad with this thing. The whole crane can move. It's actually on landing gear. The whole sucker can move. Take it off with Kerbal construction. Jeb's not an engineer. Have you tried a bridge crane on wheels? No, you don't want to put stuff on wheels on sprung weight. That's a bad idea. Because when you lift stuff up, the springs will compress on the crane, and that makes a Kraken strike in KSP. We don't want that. Damn. All right, I gotta revert. We gotta take that thing off, which sucks, but it is what it be. I didn't make cables. I'm using Kerbal attachment system, and I'll figure out the parts that I want to make based off of what we use with KAS. We might not need them at all. Yeah, guys, it's possible we just don't need them. Okay, let's try this again. Could we take it off a ramp? It would be fun. The crane? The crane. Take the crane off of a ramp. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I forgot to do the keybinds as well. Crap. I can do these here. We can do them in the VAB. I just forget. Okay. Wouldn't be an EJ stream if we didn't do that. Good evening, chat. Going down. Oh. No? All right. Loving my gantry crane. Living it up when it's building stuff. Is this vanilla? Whizbit, it's vanilla except for the cables. Yes, it's stock KSP with the exception of the cables. The cables are the only thing here that's modded. That crane looks like a lady. Yeah. No, you're right. I understand Aerosmith, yes. Still funny, though. It's not vanilla. It's like vanilla with some sprinkles, okay? Let me put it that way. If I switch vehicles now. Yes. We have the ability to undock the node. Now. Cables are in tension. What's the load capacity and off-center limits? I haven't done an element analysis on what an individual cable can lift, but I know that their maximum is in force kilonewtons. You'd have to see what the gravitational acceleration is of the mass of whatever you're picking up to see if you could get weight capacity from that. I don't remember what it was, Sea Kraken. Yep, that's what I was wondering. You have to go slow with the lift or else you're gonna screw up a cable. Pretty cool, man. It is binding up a little bit with the weight, but it's still, yep, she's still sliding along. That can't be good for it. Hey, Grim. The hell happened here? You know, don't worry about it. It's fine. I've got great news. Grim, you just got a job. Finally been searching for one for so long, and so long sad to stop working with Deb. Now I can also volunteer my fire department since I'll be in my hometown instead of the Delta. All right, cool. Hey, whatever works, man. That's a problem. Go, Jeb! Jeb's fine. He's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I did notice that the crane did move around a little bit. The launch pad should hold it in place. But, let's flip down here. Not to Jeb. Go here. Undock the node. Are there anchors? What do you mean, anchors? Like for a boat? Like place on the ground, attach guide wires. Yes. So Hokie, I think chat was telling me about one in the game, but I'm not sure if it can anchor the way you think it can. But I don't know for sure. I hate that. I hate it so much, dude. I know that the ground anchors in the stock game are terrible. I hate that if you use the AG commands, dudes, it still pulls it up at a... I mean, well, actually, you know what? We should just be able to pull it up from the center one. At a low rate. Yeah, there we go. I gotta redo how those are attached up there, but we can absolutely fix this. Yep. We bound up on the fairing. Oh yeah, because this is MST revision 4. We can delete the fairing segments in Notepad. But forward operations should be just fine. Hey, Chris. Hey, Connor.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's up, man? This cable's shaking like my belt after I hit the buffet. You know what? I'm just not gonna question that too much. Instead of a crane, would hydraulics on the ground lifting it be any easier to stack? Like a transporter erector crow? Nah, I don't want to do that. Hey, Rochelle, what's going on? So if we set all the cable lengths to 40, I should be able to lower this thing down all the way just controlling one winch. Should. All right. Okay. Oh, ball. Yeah, that was a problem. Huh. I need a stronger cable, dudes. Like, I don't know. Do we just go mess with KAS and just set the tension on this stupid thing so it'll basically never snap? Like, I don't know. Thanks, full, yeah. Do you ever actually need to lift 36 tons? The shuttle, yeah. I'm gonna need to lift the shuttle, but these cables keep popping off, dude. Okay, I saw what I wanted to see. Does KS have a snatch block or something? I made one. I made one. That's what you were looking at right there. And now I'm going to make a different one. Okay, Lycan. Well, that's good to know, I think. So I'm going to tee this up just a little bit different this time. There we go. So now we'll get a more it'll triangulate the block, so it'll always stay oriented the same with the weight. Would node attaching with it? Ooh. Would node attaching with an engine plate work? Dude, those things are finicky as hell to begin with, man. Would it be any stronger? I don't think so. I mean, maybe with the node attachment, dude, maybe, but... So are we planning on doing space news? Why, what time is it? Oh, shh. Whoops. Yeah. Well, maybe if you enable part collision, you can attach multiple points to the same node. I don't know. All right, give me 20 minutes, or 15 minutes, we'll start at the top of the hour. All right, dudes, well, I'd say Kerbal attachment shows some promise, but we have to mess with it a little bit more. There is some modifications that I need to make to this crane. But, yeah. All right. So I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. Give me about 20 minutes. And yeah, we'll jump into space news at the top of the hour. So, yeah, I think we'll work on this again tomorrow. Kerbal attachment shows a lot of promise. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. We can do some pretty interesting stuff. And if I make some parts that's really kind of designed to go with the crane parts or the winches and stuff, then we could do some cool things, I think. I did not get any sleep last night. I had that second coffee during Space News yesterday. Oh my goodness. I am just today. All right, so I knew that coffee was a mistake. Yeah, it was. I was up till 4 in the morning, dude. I couldn't go to sleep. This has been a fun stream. Yeah, it was good, man. Those Kerbal attachment parts are cool. I'll get that thing figured out, dudes. And when we do, ooh, it's going to be fun. I kind of want to take some of the telescoping cranes that we've made, dudes, like the telescoping crane truck, and put the winches on that thing. because that thing's lift capacity, my crane's lift capacity per the counter, like per how the counterweights are set up, are not very high, right? So, yeah, you could really, dude, yeah, you could do some cool stuff, man. Drink more coffee now and you'll be fine. No. No. So I'll be back in probably about 20 minutes. Yeah, about 20 minutes. We'll put on the ablation video. And on YouTube, I'm going to jog the VOD. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed part 3 of the Crane Saga. I will see you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching.